Hola, hackers. ¿Cómo están?
Hello, hackers. How are you? Good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks for showing up so early because there has been a last-minute change. We have decided to move my presentation ahead because then I have to go to the talent arena. So again, thanks a million for being here. My presentation today, as you've seen in the agenda, there are a lot of speakers because we have been working hard for 1 year, and I would like to tell you what we have been doing the last year, and even more so considering that this year I'm turning 50. I am, in my midlife crisis, and this is why I wanted to show you real life things with live demos. So, if it goes wrong, just give me a clap and cheer me up. So, the first thing I would like to share with you is something which is deeply important for us and which has made this sector important. As a sector, all the sector together, we've managed to create the largest communications platform in the history of humanity. For you to have a big picture, we have 12 billion connected devices to the same network with unique identifiers federated all around the globe. And this has been made possible thanks to the joint efforts of the industry by standardizing protocols. Is the microphone not working well, or is it only my perception? Can you all hear me well? Okay, so only in Europe, and this will grow exponentially, we'll have more than 200 million 5G connections, just for you to, get a big picture of the scale of the industry. And of course, we do not want to stick to voice communications. 2 years ago, we started a pathway which was announced last year, and we started working from the technical perspective. We have started working in the development of a standard called Open Gateway, in which all the industry is working in a joint effort to bring more capability in our connections and to put this at the disposal of developers with one single code line. This is called Open Gateway. This project is up and growing. Here's some public information from GSMA. So we have been working hard, as I said before, and today 28 markets have Open Gateway APIs, out of which there are 72 multi-market operators, more than 284 mobile networks connected to Open Gateway. This means that they offer Open Gateway APIs. This represents more than the 50% of the footprint of the telco market, just for you to get a big picture of the scale of the Open Gateway project. We have been working in standardizing different groups of APIs. This has not been a unilateral decision. These APIs are managed by the Linux Foundation, the Camara project. All the APIs are made available, all the standards can be controlled, and all members can contribute to improving the APIs, to suggest new APIs. And as you can see, this has to do with capabilities that this industry has been working on for the last years. We also work in new launches this week. This very same week, it has been announced that Open Gateway is available now in the UK through Virgin Media O2, and we'll be having the first available APIs as of now in the UK. And this is not all. We have been working hard for quite a long time, and now we have been capable of coordinating a joint venture, a company that has been set up by the telco industry in partnership with Ericsson. And now we are working in the generation of coordinated demand. The aim of the company is to bring on board technologically all the telco companies, all the networks which are not yet prepared to export APIs publicly. And at the same time, we want to aggregate demand to connect them with the channels, with developers' channels. This is not yet formally set up, because again, we are still waiting for the regulatory approval, but you can still go to Aduna here at the MWC, and there you will be able to see the work we are implementing firsthand. Telefónica is one of the founding members of the company, which yesterday celebrated the first board meeting, not the first board meeting because the board has not been set up yet, the members of the future board. So, you know, this has been announced in the market, and this is where we stand today. So within Telefónica, we have been working hard in Open Gateway from a technology perspective. We were one of the first companies to sign the MOU, and we also activated APIs in our channels and made them available in many, many different channel partners. Here is the structure in Telefónica where consumers use digital services. These digital services are developed by developers, of course. We'll be having developers, as you will see in the agenda, who will be sharing their experience and how they have developed the services. And in the DevCom, in the talent arena, we have developers which has used Open Gateway to develop their APIs. They connect to their aggregators or to their preferred channel for API development, the usual suspects, and they use camera APIs that telcos are exposing through Open Gateway. In the case of Telefónica, this Open Gateway platform is nothing more than an expansion of our kernel, which we have been speaking for quite a long time. Kernel, which is the name of our cloud digital transformation platform, was designed back in 2016. Back then it was called the fourth platform. Back then we spoke about a project in which we wanted to, you know, combine APIs, normalize figures, and we would be leverage digital services on top. Today, kernel supports all the digital services available in all our operations, and it basically includes 5 elements: APIs, data, authentication, knowledge management, and the integration with generative AI models. Thanks to this effort, we have today all the normalized data and all the APIs made available. And, you know, I'm going to get online now. I'm going to go online to show you more about the platform and the size of the platform. I'm going to put my glasses on because, you know, my sight is not terrific at my age. So what you have here is the dashboard for Grafana Spain. These are the authentications. These are the pods at the cloud level only in Spain in the last 24 hours. It's 100% cloud and 100% elastic. All our strategy works this way, so if at some point the cloud fails, collapses, you'll run out of TV, of cell phone, etc. This is why we're working to make it redundant and to monitor it in real time. This platform looks the same in all countries, and it includes the same key elements. This is the Spain's graphene. Let's look now at the authentication of the authenticator in real time. Every 3 hours, the IDP, the identity provider, is having around 17 connections per minute. These are authentication, customers, Wi-Fi, Yaura, WhatsApp, and a digital channel that the customers from Telefónica Spain are connecting to. And if we look at the last 24 hours, sleeping hours, as you can see, people sleep at night, prime time. It's incredible because in Spain, you know, we go to bed later than in other countries, and we have more API calls, more authentication calls, and the rest. And as you can see, the Bali starts at 12 and back to work at 8. This is the situation in Spain. And let me check. Oh, this is our in Spain WhatsApp channel. Let me check at the last 24 hours. At the end of the day, you know, back in 2017, we developed an interaction model called Aura with natural language, And this is the channel that all our customers use when they connect with us by WhatsApp or when they call a contact center. This enabler, this Aura enabler, is the one performing all the authentications. And here we have the WhatsApp. We have the WhatsApp adapter. It's quite unique of Telefónica because we have programmed our own adapter. We're one of the few companies which is authorized to adapt WhatsApp authentication APIs. Let me look at this. Oh, Germany, look at Germany. Same in the last minute, 41 authentications. Why more authentications on average in Germany? Well, because Germany is a country in which it's a larger country with more population, more inhabitants, and we have a multi-brand, Blau, MWC. So all the brands, all the Telefónica Group brands, MWC, Movistar, MWC, Blau, Melvivo, O2 in the UK, they all use exactly the same platform. It's the same platform deployed everywhere. So here we can see the authentications from Germany, again, using the open auth authentication mechanisms so that they can integrate with all digital services, any digital services. Look at Brazil. Here is Brazil with the same components. It's exactly the same app, has the same components. Let's look at it. Let me see if it has uploaded the authentications. I hope I will not be having any connectivity problems here. So again, authentication. Let me look at a panel in Brazil, APIs. Here you have the APIs available in Brazil. All these lines here represent real-time used APIs in our fourth platform in Brazil. Everything is rammed here. Vivo Play, which is the video streaming platform, smart Wi-Fi, and as you can see here, Aura services. Can you see Aura? It's up there. Home devices, WhatsApp, etc. So everything is there. So, if you want to allow all countries to have exactly the same technology, well, it takes years. Back in 2016, we started designing and setting up how should the Telefónica of the future look like. So just for you to have a look here. In our innovation center, we have this dashboard which was developed to show to the public. And this is connected to the same servers. It's a fourth platform seen in real time. Here you can see the month-to-day calls. 22 million calls and up and running, we keep counting, we register all the figures in real time at the fourth platform level, and we can see here the number of digital services that are connected, 96 in total. The figure goes up and down because, of course, if all of a sudden a machine learning algorithm executes a planner on where to set up antennas, well, this figure will go up or down, right? It means that there's an extra application working. And here you can see the services that are using it. Here we have the Noble. Noble is the code name for the mobile application. It's the mobile application. It includes my Movistar, meu Vivo, my No2. It's exactly the same. And it's a platform developed by 20 engineers. Remember 20, the social network? They became a telco in a mobile. And the platform we use at the Telefónica Group is precisely developed by them. Here we have the tokenization processes, AI processes, and the interconnection between one and another. So, of course, all this is processed to offer better operations. This is what we call the hack, home as a computer. This includes all the figures we gather from homes, from households. in order to offer the best possible digital service to our customers, as you might know, because, well, the information is available. Telefónica España holds the benchmark of the best churn at the household level. And this is thanks to the fact that on a permanent basis, thanks to the information available on kernel and the fourth platform, and that we gather through smart Wi-Fi, etc., well, we carry out an in-depth analysis to better understand who is having poor experiences with their systems, and we respond to that. This is a deep dive on Apple ecosystems, and we also do it with Android ecosystems, with cybersecurity ecosystems, with integrated ecosystems, etc. Let me look at Apple's. Here we have the situation for gaming. Look, it's quite peculiar. Here we have all the households connected to the fourth platform with all the relevant figures and statistics. And here we have performed an analysis on how PlayStations are connecting, be it through Ethernet, Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi 5G. Many customers are experiencing or are connecting because maybe because they don't know it, they are connecting to the the slowest network, maybe because the 5G signal is not reaching powerfully enough, or maybe because it's failing. So these households are targeted from the operations department so that our customers have relevant NPIs and satisfaction levels. Now, to conclude, we have the map for Spain. It will be the same for Brazil. Here we have the HGUs, the home gate units, so the wide router connected in real time to the fourth platform. Here we can see the types of households, type of customers, how they are using the service, etc. Good. I am gonna leave it here in terms of demos. Is it clear what is the fourth platform, kernel, etc.? Great. Let me go back to the presentation then. So, I've brought some data. I would like to share some data about the innovation and transformation process we are undergoing in Telefónica in the last years. And I wanted to share this with you because here is where we started at the MWC years ago, and I thought it was a relevant place to catch up, to give you an update. Here there's interesting information. These are internal statistics, internal information. These represent services for our customers. We're not thinking about mass users, but rather enablers, technologies, platforms which might be useful for our customers. For example, in video, which is a service available in Movistar Plus, O2 TV in Germany, Movistar TV in Hispam, etc. So we have 10 million accesses to the video streaming platform. Now, when it comes to apps, as I said before, the Novum platform from the 20 environment. So 43 million active users, which is much more than the app iCare users who basically access the app to check an invoice, etc. In the case of Aura, we have 11 million active users, and it's exactly the same. They connect through WhatsApp, through the vocal remote control, with the contact center, etc. And this is only counted in the last 90 days. If we count unique users, the figure would be much higher. So we have 12 million households connected to the Home as a Computer platform, and there we're offering capabilities to access other services, Prosegur Alarmas, the alarm service. We are incorporating Movistar Cloud, safe connectivity to protect our customers' traffic, etc. We have 11 million smart Wi-Fi routers at our customers' homes, and now kernel, the fourth platform. We have 33 billion API calls. This is the state of the art. 33 billion, right? I never know if the figure is right. Anyway, a lot. 570 billion data records and 183 API capabilities. So each service includes 183 API services. Of course, we are working hard in innovation also. Can we go back to the PowerPoint, please, to the presentation? Thank you. It's not there anymore. Can you please? I just wanted to, have my dramatic moment of silence. Innovation, 112 million transactions in a global payment platform developed by Telefónica, available in TV, in the digital channels, etc. And it was developed by us in the innovation unit. 9 million living up sessions, which are expanded experiences, such as perplexity, interactive sports, TV commerce, etc. We have 283,000 active accounts, the Movistar tokens. They activate tokens and they receive the rewards. They consent to us using their data, and this is something we already talked about last year. And then we have a myriad of innovation services, what I call the ready to die, right? We look at the experience at the service level. Oftentimes we're speaking about tiny teams, 3-4 people maybe, who launch a quick test, and if it works, we end up including it in kernel or in video or in Wi-Fi, etc. So we have developed this based on the cloud, on the strategy we started in 2016, and this has been made possible thanks to our partners from Microsoft. Now we have Paco Salcedo, who is the president of Microsoft Iberia. How are you, Paco? And he's a former Telefónica staff, so this speaks very highly of you. Hello, how are you? And thank you very much for showing up. In Microsoft, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary, like Chema, on April the 4th. I know, I was born the same year as Microsoft. So Chema, thank you very much, and I would like to acknowledge Telefónica's efforts in the last years, and believe me, when they started, it wasn't easy. And Telefónica's belief in the fourth platform in kernel, in innovative projects like Aura, well, are proving to be extremely scalable. And we signed an agreement in... Oh, by the way, I really like looking at how kernel has grown bigger and bigger. We want to migrate it to Azure so that it can scale up, and also to allow it to have access to the more than 1,000 foundational models leveraged on Azure. Imagine the potential of engaging with all these interactions in a natural language and doing it and being able to automate at a never-seen pace. Oh, yeah, everything is in Azure, of course. Your colleagues will come and say, if it's not migrated, it's a problem. Now we're going to bring it to the marketplace. Of course, we know. It's not only about allowing access to Azure, but also to ensure that in our marketplace, any development performed on kernel or in Azure will be published in our marketplace and will be made available to customers all around the globe. And this will be extremely important, both for developers and also so that Telefónica, thanks to its services, can reach customers and operators from any sector, from any industry. Paco, I don't know if you would like to add anything else. I think you are great. Oh, I think we have an amazing opportunity ahead. This is going to affect all sectors, and the potential for improvement and the potential impact in all sectors at all levels is just tremendous. And we'll see how it works. Developers will see the use case, Cabify's use case. Probably we have the two largest platforms working together, hyperscalers and telcos. Chema, we are thrilled. Great. Thank you very much, Paco. Thank you.
Venga.
The next guest is a friend from Amazon Web Services. We've been working together many years, and the last year we've been accelerating. So Ishwar, the floor is yours. Come here. Thank you for being here with Telefónica. Yeah. Well, we are investing together right now in this digital innovation center about Open Gateway. We are putting resources. We are creating technology. So what are the benefits that telco can take out of these new technologies to get revenues beyond traditional connectivity services?
So I'm very excited about this collaboration. There's opportunity for immediate revenue on 3 fronts. First is using telco data assets, network insights, and transforming them to sellable products. So that's the first piece. The second thing is what we're doing is combining that and helping developers build AI-powered applications with Amazon Bedrock. So this is a service that we have developed to give developers access to foundational models and develop applications. So that comes with this, along with the telco data, to create very AI-rich applications. And thirdly, we can offer this to other telcos as a SaaS platform. So it's a combination of data assets from the telco through standardized APIs with our services to build AI-powered applications offered through SaaS platforms that run on AWS. So quite a powerful combination of many different capabilities.
Yeah, and one important thing is that we are creating kernel on AWS. We are taking the knowledge and migrating technology to AWS. It's going to be in the marketplace, and we are going to produce Open Gateway API, new Open Gateway APIs. What are the benefits that customers or enterprises, businesses can take out of this?
So I think there's a lot of applications and use cases here, right? Starting with things like retail apps using traffic footfall of consumers. That's one powerful use case. There are other use cases in smart cities where transportation applications can use data of mobile traffic users, how they are moving, the patterns that they see. And all of these can be offered through the AWS Marketplace, which reaches millions of developers. So here we are combining 2 really powerful assets, telco data through APIs, but with the reach of Amazon Marketplace, AWS Marketplace, which reaches millions of developers across 190 countries, more than 190 countries. So really a powerful combination to solve many applications. I think the possibilities here are limitless. There are immediate opportunities for revenue, but I see this as growing over the years into many different verticals of consumer as well as enterprise spaces.
Well, this question, you're not ready for this question. I know that you're a believer of Open Gateway, the aggregation of capabilities, hiding the complexity of our industry to developers. And what is the benefit for the Open Gateway project that Amazon can create, accelerating this business, this project into the industry using your capabilities?
Yeah. So if you look at what the cloud has done, or what AWS has done, is we have a lot of services. We have over 200 services, a lot of technology and innovation, but everything that we have built over the last 20 years is offered and consumed through APIs. So what I say, always say people is all of this technology, cloud, everything is just APIs. Our business is APIs. So what we are bringing to the table here is this ecosystem of developers who are used to using APIs in different formats. So now this becomes an additional asset to our developers, millions of developers, to tap into an area that was not available earlier. You know, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of possibilities that you can do with the network that was not available to developers. Now that's available through our channel. The second thing we're doing is building it in a way that's a seamless experience for developers. So any application you want to build, you listed a lot of interesting applications and users. They need compute, they need storage, they need databases, and they need the network APIs.
Correct.
Right? So we have all the other pieces. We have all these other services offered through APIs. So what we are bringing to the table is an exposure layer to developers, which is the same as they're used to today. with all of these other services, but additionally adding the telco APIs. So seamless developer experience, nothing changes for the developers, but they get this added capability from the telcos.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Well, you know, I expect a lot from AWS,
So I'm here with
I
you.
hope to do a lot of things together.
I'm very excited about this collaboration. The opportunities are limitless here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bueno, nosotros llevamos tiempo trabajando.
Well, we've been working on this field for many years, and we want to accelerate the adoption of Open Gateway. We want to accelerate because we believe that the way to use our capabilities in the future will be through APIs. And we believe that the boost done by Microsoft with the reach of their marketplace and with Amazon Web Services and the marketplace is bigger. And if they are giving us their support, even better. So we've done this joint venture, and we've been working with a lot of channel partners and aggregators in the traditional API world. We've been working with the commercial teams. It is the startup model, because once you connect a digital service, it is connected for a long period of time. It is not a one-shot. It is a customer is connected to the platform for a long period of time. So it is like our small startup, and we have 20 channel partners, and we are negotiating with other 20. We have 50 customers. It is an important number, and we even have to mention with an agreement. We have 200 deals open in Telefónica, 200 deals in Spain, in Germany, in Latin America, and in Brazil. And at the same time, we have the innovation teams working like crazy, doing concept tests to test with the digital services these different technologies. And here you can see some of the logos of our customers that are already working, camera format, multi-telco environment, benefiting from all the capabilities of the industry. So here with the bank BBVA and the different channel partners, where they have been doing this API consumption with Brazil Gemnet and with other companies like Esfera for anti-fraud systems and so on and so forth. And another one that I truly like, I have Miguel López-Valverde Argüeso, and let me tell you that the first time we talked, you made the decision in 10 seconds. You said, yes, let's do it, go for it. So which are the benefits that the Madrid region can obtain from the Open Gate technologies? Thank you very much, Chema. Yes, it was fast because we engineers need to take decisions and make decisions, and I saw it clearly since the beginning. And one of the important points is we talk about the private sector, but the administration is also taking steps forward in innovation. And in Madrid, we are supporting innovation research and adoption of new technologies. And this is the new technology that we saw in our offices, and it is going to be fundamental to see how network technology and the information can be useful for us and the services we are offering to the citizens. And we are working with INSET, the partner that we have in the virtual card NHS system, so to say card. And we use these virtual channels. This card that you can see here has 7 million users already using it in every day life. And we have brought all the services in virtually, and it is going to be easier. And what have we done with the platform together with you? So, as you might know, the information of the administration is sensitive information. So, normally, we implement these dual-factor authentication systems. We have incorporated the API Open Gateway so that all the information can be authenticated without having to introduce a code. So it is very user-friendly and very simple, and it is going to make the lives of citizens easier. And not only easier, my mother is 73 years old, and it's very difficult for her to do this dual factor authentication. Sometimes she doesn't understand it, and then it is safer because it prevents the human being in the middle, the person who needs to paste and copy and so on and so forth. And also the information that you have in the network and real-time information. And then you are also checking that it is real and it is transparent, it is very safe, and this is why we have embraced this new technology and many more. So once you start, you will not be able to finish. Yeah, okay. A round of applause. Thank you. And this is one of the things that motivated us to launch this open gateway. This case use that he just mentioned in a very easy way, you can change the life of people. And I talked about number verification, SIM swap, know your customers, that help the customers to verify data, to fill in data, or to protect against fraud. And this is a company from Brazil using the API Know Your Customer, and in Brazil also Know Your Customer Match API, in order to guarantee that the data is correct using all the details. And in Brazil, we also use Conita, the SIM swap API, and we are doing a lot of user cases with them. They are all anti-fraud solutions. And this is with Cabify. He is the technological responsible person of Cabify. I truly love it because it counts the seconds. And how did you do this? Because you have a programmed everything, you don't use a partner. Well, sometimes it's difficult to convey the idea, but we are a made in Spain company that also works in Latin America. We focus on mobility. And this is our obsession for technology that better serves the cities. We have a team of people in Cabify, and we have 22 sub-teams. One is specialized in the onboarding of new passengers. And this team, when they saw this, they asked, how come we didn't have this before? Because it is highly superior. We increase the conversion rate, and we save time and patience of people. And it allows us to have additional time to focus on the most important things. And you are the CTO, so how complex was the integration process? Was it a big process? How was the experience? Well, it is very simple, and normally the important thing would be to amplify, and we want better user experiences, and we do the same for our corporates. If you register in a consulting agency, for example, and you will have immediately a new project, and you already have your Cabify account instantly, and we have these APIs giving support to our project, and we make everything available immediately. It is a similar case in which we are users of this type of APIs. So you are going to go to the talent arena and explain how this happens with developers. Yes, tomorrow Pablo will go, and he will give you a lot of details, and we will see how easy it is. And which other APIs are you assessing? And in Cabify, we position in quality and security, and the price, the availability, quality and security in Latin America. So we have the systems that decide when there is a breach, and if it's late at night, for example, in a neighborhood, in a city, and then the driver wants to know that you have just taken a self-verification, and it seems reasonable that with all these new cases, we will be able to introduce it in the toolkit so that the experience is safer. Well, amazing. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you to Cabify for the work you've done. Well, I truly love this video because it's just 10 seconds, a bit of difference between one and the other. But 10 seconds is a lot of money, a lot of time. We need a coordination, a complete coordination. We need coordination of traditional companies that are competitors, coordination to standardize interconnection protocols, and to work in a collaborative way, and to achieve all this. And 11 seconds in the life of people is very important. And then this API, we truly like it because I come from cybersecurity world, and then the code will not be stolen. They can steal the SMS through email or Telegram, but for people like my mother who suffer a lot from this, it's really a game changer. And it's a Spanish company. We have signed with TikTok in Brazil for number verification. In the social media, we are working with the big platforms. And we have others that are still being guaranteed, but 95% of the digital services use the telephone number as a login or in order to recover the password. So if you use it in this, removing the human in the middle and use the human verification would not be a problem. And we have also used it in our innovation programs. That is a startup, Made2Me, and we have invested on them, and the team has created a wallet, and we are testing it now, and we are using it as a platform. How can we make this world safer, the world of a cryptocurrency, to be safer for people who want to be in this world? And we use the APIs of Open Gateway, in this case the SIM swap API and the number verification API, to guarantee that the transaction is being done by yourself in the device that is registered in the platform. And we have done it for other products. We have a platform to double check the authorizations when, for example, you need to prohibit some functions outside your headquarters, your office. We have integrated the location verification API that detects fraud of GPS. If the GPS position is modified in the device, with this API you're going to detect it, and then you will be able to create different policies for your organization, more robust, using the GPS localization of your device. APIs are based on network data. We have this example. It is another of the APIs that is in the pipeline, the integration of the data, the quality of the density of the population of the cities, so that the drones platform do safer routes, and using the correct data and choosing the route that is going to have a better coverage. This is why they use these open gateway APIs like population density data and quality on demand to guarantee that it is in the correct channel and then the coverage. And so I have explained to you all the different customers, but we are also working on different use cases that we are going to introduce. The quantic technologies, the quantum technology. We are using internal API for the generation of quantum random numbers, the generation of one-time password. We are generating these quantum numbers, a card that generates quantum numbers using photons. It is a way to generate numbers. It is the perfect way to do it, and we have integrated the different post-quantum encryption protocols, and we are connecting through our IoT platform. With a smart helmet, you have a helmet connected to Kite, our IoT platform that we developed internally in Telefónica, and we have these post-quantum encryption protocols on top of it to guarantee that if someone catches this traffic in the future, they will not be able to uncipher it. And Telefónica is not doing a quantum chip like Amazon or Microsoft, okay? No quantum chips. Just post-quantum encryption protocols. And then for our Know Your Customer APIs, where we need to do a digital boarding of our customers, we've been innovating with the protocols, with manipulated protocols, and we have used it with a verified product that allows you to have a picture and to launch all the drivers that we have, and it is telling you the different properties so that you can introduce a risk factor in all these different digital boardings, and then we can integrate it in our platforms. And then the last one,
doing with Google Firebase, and it's based in logging with your phone number. And Christiaan Brandt, which is Product Manager Identity and Security in Google, is here to tell us about the project. Welcome to Telefónica, welcome to Barcelona. So tell us, Christiaan, what is the project and how this project could help and benefit Open Gateway to reach a huge number of developers, products, and services worldwide.
Great, thank you, Chema. I'd love to talk about that this morning. Thank you. All right, got this figured out. Hi, I'm Christiaan. I work on identity and security solutions over at Google. So to us, phone number verification and phone number acquisition is incredibly important. I want to say there's really two big reasons at Google why we use phone number verification and phone number acquisition. The first one is around security and anti-abuse. And then the second one is around human-to-human connection. Right, today, most users, if you take someone's phone of them and you look at their phone book or their contacts or their address book, phone numbers is the way that users connect to one another. So if I want to send someone a picture, if I want to make a payment, phone number is usually the first line of contact that we need to resolve to make human-to-human connection. So phone numbers remain critically important for our business. However, there are some real challenges with the way that we verify phone numbers today. The first one is the user experience isn't always that great. Many cases, users have to enter a number, lots of opportunity for fat fingering and mistyping. Then we have to wait for a message to arrive. Then we have to transcribe or retype a code into a box. All things users have to do to ultimately end up calling a number verified. Second thing, there are some real security issues with the way we verify phone numbers today. In particular, phishing remains to be a top concern. Certain countries have downright, I don't want to use the word outlaw, but kind of, or at least from a regulatory perspective, I've looked at not counting SMS essentially as secure or strong enough for identity verification, whereas phone number verification actually still fits the bill perfectly. So how do we verify someone's phone number without depending on SMS? And then, of course, I think folks here might know, we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years a massive rise in toll fraud or artificial traffic inflation on SMS channels. And basically, for our own business, we looked into how to try and solve that problem. when we started going down this route, we very quickly realized that this isn't only a problem only for Google, this is also a problem for all of our web and mobile developers. So through Firebase, we announced last week on Wednesday that we will be taking some of the capabilities that we saw earlier today, that some of the other panelists today were talking about. We want to take these capabilities and we want to bring it to Google's 3 million plus developers on Google Cloud and on Firebase. So we want to provide on the developer side a streamlined, easy to use API and mechanism for getting hold of someone's verified phone number on the Android system. And on the carrier side, we want to provide a monetized path to market for any carriers or CSPs who want to offer those services to developers. So essentially, Google will be the party connecting the dots or the glue in the middle to get from your platform connected over to the developers who want to use this technology. We aim to solve all of the issues that I spoke about earlier. We want a secure, easy to use, not prone to abuse system, and we think with what we've come up with, we would be able to fulfill that. In the next slide here is a really brief demo. It's just like 20-25 seconds long. It'll look very familiar with some of the things that folks have seen before. So I'll chat folks through that quickly.
Isn't working.
Okay, perfect.
Working.
So basically, you want to verify a phone number. Android phone pops up some consent. The phone number verification completes in a couple of seconds, and the user's phone number is verified, right? I think let's look briefly at that again because it is so quick. Continue with phone number. Application sets some context for the user. Android-based consent screen pops up, verification completes, and the phone number is passed back. What's interesting about this particular API is that not only are we verifying a phone number, we're actually returning a fully formed phone number to the application after getting user consent, which means there's no need for users to enter or accidentally, have an option to mistype numbers. We do think this is ultimately what developers will come to expect from mobile platforms going forward. The solution works whether you're an app, whether you're on a website. It even works from cross-device scenarios if you're on a desktop or a laptop. If anyone is interested in this demo in more detail, please feel free to come by the Google Cloud booth. We have this up and running there on real devices as well, running on Telefónica network right now. So if folks are interested, please come by, come check that out, and also feel free to register your interest if you'd love to learn more. Thank you so much, Chema.
Thanks to you. Real pleasure, real pleasure. You can change the industry. Thank you. Bueno, ya termino.
And let me finish. And the last thing I wanted to share with you is that we have with Ederscard, we have done an innovation lab using Open Gateway APIs to detect and there are to protect the life of people, and so on and so forth. And this is a use case of innovation in an environment in which the Spanish telcos are using Open Gateway APIs to create these cases for the future. And now to finish, and we are doing this transformation in order to collect our capabilities with our customers. It is easier, and doing it in a coordinated way allows the customers and the developers to have a streamlined process. And if you want to see the APIs in the different systems, and we have our website with telefonica.com where we can see the different APIs and the use cases and so on and so forth. And if you want to work with us, and then 3 small ads where we are going to have the cover file, and we have the keyword code if you want to go there. And so we have a challenge with Wira and with Open Gateway, as we have told you. Tomorrow I will be with in the 4 years from now, talking with the Santander Bank team, talking about this specific program. And together we can create solutions that transform the industries and that connect the world and connect people, and all the industry working together to make the life of people better. And that was all. Enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you.
De nuestras capacidades, tanto tecnológicas como organizativas, para ofrecer un servicio end-to-end de drones.
Que comentaba Oscar, hemos habilitado 3 casos de uso que presentamos en este mobile: puertos, incendios, hospitales, además del servicio antidrón y el inventario indoor. Pero eso son solo pocas de las posibilidades que los drones tienen a día de hoy. Así que si tenéis curiosidad, os invitamos a pasar por el stand donde os enseñaremos el futuro cercano de los drones en Telefónica.
Vale. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, Guillermo. Bienvenido. Bueno, has escuchado sobre tecnología cuántica, ¿no? Es increíble, es increíble. Cada semana vamos a escuchar algo nuevo sobre esto. Los expertos dicen que en 10 años, bueno, podemos solucionar un montón de cosas. Pero tiene un pequeño problema,
In an ever-changing and increasingly complex battlefield, operators and commanders face unprecedented uncertainty in every domain, on land, at sea, in the air, and in space. Success hinges on information superiority and rapid decision-making to reduce risks to our warfighters and stay one step ahead of the adversary. The Combat Cloud connects every sensor across all domains, creating an integrated network that shares vital data in real time. In a multi-domain threat environment, the Combat Cloud ensures every asset is synchronized and integrated, maximizing the effectiveness of our forces. Seamlessly integrating modern and legacy systems for maximum efficiency and effectiveness. Utilizing advanced AI and machine learning, the Combat Cloud transforms raw data into actionable information for both operators and commanders, empowering them with enhanced situational awareness. The Combat Cloud integrates a vast array of assets and capabilities, from data management and sensors to robotics and platforms, creating a cohesive, multi-layered system. Telefónica's cutting-edge Combat Cloud infrastructure leverages 5G networks and state-of-the-art communication services to ensure seamless and secure data transmission. Built with resilience, robust cyber defense capabilities, and unwavering reliability, the Combat Cloud stands strong against even the most determined adversaries. The Combat Cloud revolutionizes the battlefield, providing information superiority, faster decision-making, seamless integration, and unparalleled resilience to achieve the required effects when every second counts. Experience the future of warfare with the Combat Cloud. Information superiority for the right decision at the right time.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here, and as well, all of you who are beyond the cameras connected on streaming. Welcome to Mobile World Congress Barcelona 2025, and welcome to Telefónica stage. During these 4 days, we are going to be able to see lots of demos and lots of panels here at Telefónica stage. But this is the first day, this is the first panel, and we are going to speak of the most important topic nowadays, defense. All of us know that 5G has revolutionized every single sector, from logistics to manufacturing, e-commerce, retail, health, etc. But probably not all of you know that 5G has as well revolutionized defense. Thanks to 5G connectivity, we have been able to bring digital transformation to the tactical edge, there where our soldiers are deployed. Massive sensorizing, digitizing, automizing, and the most important thing, robotizing the theater of operations. It's what 5G allows to this new hyper-connected battlefield. Then providing information superiority to our armed forces and our allies. At this precise moment, right now, we have a 5G combat cloud bubble deployed on board an aircraft carrier and an LPD ship in the middle of the Mediterranean, then providing information superiority to our armed forces and the multinational naval task force deployed in the middle of the Mediterranean. Thanks to that 5G tactical bubble, we have been able to connect underwater unmanned vehicles, then deployed in the middle of the Mediterranean while controlled from here, from Spain. But not just, we can control all that swarming thanks to artificial intelligence in the cloud. That's a real new concept of operations which 5G connectivity is bringing to us. Sensors, effectors, command and control systems, legacy communications equipment, marine vehicles, and much more. It has been the first ever 5G-enabled amphibious operation in the history. Today, we have three great panelists who will speak about the Federation of multi-domain 5G test ranges in NATO countries. What has already been done, what is being done, and what is going to be done in the near future. Please give a great applause to Dr. Woodward, Technical Director of the Future G Office at the DoD of the United States of America, General Federico Juste, Deputy Commanding Officer of the Spanish MOD Cyberspace Joint Command, and Mr. Antonio Calderón, NATO Communications and Information Agency CTO. Thank you for being here with us today. DIVAX 2024 has been a great success. It has been the first time different nations' 5G cores had connected to a NATO core. In this case, in Latvia, and using on-site RAN infrastructure then provided by our colleagues of LMT. In Spain, and thanks to Telefónica and our Ministry of Defense, we deployed an unmanned ground vehicle in Adachi test range while being controlled from here, from Spain. Dr. Woodward is going to deep dive a little bit more about what was this exercise and its success. Thank you, Dr. Woodward.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesus. I appreciate that. So, hey, welcome everyone, and thanks very much for coming. Welcome back from lunch. My name's Ted Woodward. As mentioned, I'm the technical director for the Future G office inside DoD, the US DoD. And what I want to talk to you about today is how it is that 5G, using relatively standard features that exist in 3GPP, can be deployed to address a lot of challenges that arise in NATO operations. So you can see a listing here of some of the objectives of this DIVAX experimentation that was done, some of the things that were accomplished. But really you need to keep in mind sort of three things. So the first thing is interop. And because forces together need to come together and work. And NATO always faces this challenge anytime they need to engage in an operation. The second thing you need to keep in mind is coverage. How are we going to get the coverage that we want, where we want it, when we want to have it? And the third thing to think about is legacy. So how are we going to deal with the legacy capabilities that we all have to deal with? And this is a greater exposition of what some of those things might be that were exercised in the DIVAX experiment. The DIVAX experiment was conducted in collaboration between the Future G effort and the NATO Allied Command Transformation, ACT, undertaking. Was a very successful demonstration exercised at the Adagi military range in Latvia, but also distributed in a multi-domain environment across parts of the country, as well as on both sides of the Atlantic. And you can see here behind me a photograph of some of the dignitaries that were there at the demonstration, including the Latvian Prime Minister, as well as the Estonian Prime Minister, and the Principal Director for the Future G effort, Dr. Tom Rondo. I was also there at the event. I think I'm off camera behind a tree. But be that as it may, multiple demonstrations were done here in a multi-domain environment, including operations inside the Gulf of Riga. I'll give you a little bit of a flavor for what was done here. If you can look at this picture of a map of Latvia superimposed on multiple operating domains. So to talk about the first of those key objectives, interoperability, think about those gray hemispherical bubbles that you see on the map there. Each of those represent an operating tactical group, say from Spain, from the United States, and they've all come together to try to obtain interoperability. So they'd like to get access, for example, to common shared information databases that none of them may have individually. So by leveraging the concept of a common 5G core, along which are supported common services, such as databases that you want to gain access to, how will all of those hemispherical bubbles obtain that capability? Well, with a 5G construct of secure roaming, each of those hemispherical bubbles can connect to a common shared core. That shared core can provide authentication back to any of the individual hemispherical bubble servers. So I could, if I'm a Spanish user, authenticate to the database hosted in the native 5G core solution back in Spain. And then that authentication can then be passed to the common core provider and accessed through local breakout provided to each of those hemispherical bubbles gain access to a common shared database. By leveraging that capability then, which is a standard capability within 5G, we can obtain improved interoperability. In this construct, we could imagine NATO as that service provider, but you could imagine other service providers as well. So that's the first question of how do I achieve interoperability? And by using a common 5G core for that purpose, you can achieve that. The second question that I asked you to think about was coverage. So how am I going to get coverage where I need it? So the tactical radio systems in those hemispherical bubbles may not cover all of the areas that you want to cover. But if in fact you have a shared RAN arrangement with the local telecom provider in that region, then in fact you could connect through the RAN in the location that you're at and shared the connection to a different core network. So using various RAN sharing configurations, you could achieve coverage. In this particular case, we used a multi-operator core network configuration, MOCN configuration, with the Latvian telecommunications provider through their commercial network, using MOCN connections to obtain that kind of coverage. So that's one example of how you could address coverage using, again, a feature of 5G that is available to you. So the third thing that I asked you to think about was, what was the third thing that I asked you to think about? Yes, the third thing I asked you to think about was legacy. So legacy, in fact, all of these hemispherical bubbles are interconnected together with tactical radio links. These are peer-to-peer links, MAN-A connections that don't have very effective interoperability between them and don't necessarily have a connection into your 5G system. However, if you take advantage of a feature defined in 3GPP, non-3GPP interworking function, the N3IWF function that's defined in the standard, we can gain access to the 5G core through an alternative radio physical layer other than the 5GNR waveform. In this case, the tactical radio waveform supported by any of these tactical radio systems. And that's what was implemented at the exercise to provide connection to the core. If in fact you have both connections now, you have an interesting possibility that you can make a decision about whether you'd like to access the core through a standard 5GNR link or through your tactical radio link. So depending upon the circumstances, you might choose to use a different waveform. So that's how you can achieve all of those functions. Another interesting thing to note is that the service-based architecture inherent to the 5G system allows dispersal of the elements of the core. They do not have to all be geographically co-located. And so, in fact, in this demonstration, the N3 IDWF function was hosted in a 5G core on site at the range, but the secure roaming and other features and the databases were hosted on a different 5G core located somewhere else. And in fact, those authentication services that I talked about were also hosted on individual cores distributed all across Europe and in fact on both sides of the Atlantic. And another example that I'll show you here, also distributed to the Milcom conference that happened to be going on at the same time as the exercise to provide a feed of the common operational picture to the conference that was happening at that time in the United States. And you see a picture here of my boss, Dr. Rondo, talking about that in front of a display from the Adagi range, showing the exercise that was taking place at the time live in front of the audience at Milcom, which was probably the bravest Milcom demonstration I've seen in some time. So hopefully this gives you a picture of how standard features within 5G can be leveraged to provide to resolve a number of challenging problems that NATO has to face anytime they need to operate together. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Jesus, for other comment. So there you go. Okay, we're moving on to the next one now. So there you are.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ted, for your introduction, your presentation. Amazing. Thank you. Well, second panelist, General Federico Juste. Spanish MOD has been a pioneer in 5G. Thanks to that vision, from Telefónica, we have performed more than 40 demos and international military drills at every domain during the last 3 years, positioning Telefónica and Spain as one of the defense 5G big players around NATO. One of the most important domains is cyber, which is transversal to the other ones. General Juste is going to show us what is the Cyberspace Joint Command doing and what is coming. General?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jesus, for your words. First of all, I would like to thank to the Mobile World Congress to invite me to join this panel. It's a pleasure for me to share the floor with my colleagues of USA Department of Defense, with NCA, and with Telefónica. Moreover, it's a privilege to speak so a specialized audience. When I speak about the 5G and its use by military, I like to sit in this phrase of the Vice Admiral René Tass. It was in 2021, and nowadays he is the commander of the Royal Netherlands Navy. He said in 2021, "It is not a question will the military use 5G technologies, but how will it do so, in particular, by tackling security challenges in order to prevent disastrous consequences." So, during the next minutes, I would like to introduce you in 2 projects, a present project and a future project. The first one, a present project, is the Center for Military Operations on Cybersecurity by 5G technology. It is a project that is giving the first steps as a part of Spanish Cyberspace Joint Command. The second project, the future project, is the joint multi-domain 5G test sites. These test sites would let our armed forces interconnect the different domains: land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace. And this project will make possible to test and to validate the multi-operational, multi-domain operations, concepts, and doctrines in the field, not in laboratory. So, in this slide, you can see our place in Retamares base in Madrid. This is the place in Retamares base. In this slide, we can see the Center for Military Operation on Cyber Defense with 5G technology, I will call center, to a building layer. From bottom to top, you can see 5 nodes, 5 communication nodes from different manufacturers are mounted on mobile racks. Four of these nodes work standalone, and only one of these work non-standalone. And each one can be part individually of the deployable 5G node. In the second level, you can see the network processing infrastructure. It is based in the hardware that they need all the center to performance the different test scenarios. The next layer, the cyber defense simulation system, is an orchestrator of cyber defense capabilities. That is a set of cyber defense tools that provide to the center of the cyber defense capabilities as monitoring, vulnerability assessment, proactive detection 5G, and to mechanisms of protection against the most common attacks on 5G networks. And in the top, the artificial intelligence layer, well, the artificial intelligence analyzes all the information provided by the simulation system layer, and thanks to the learning models, it can be improve all the capabilities of cyber defense and cyber security of the center. But in the next slide, in this slide, you can see in more detailed way the 2 upper layers: artificial intelligence and cyber defense systems. You can see a central data lake to store all the information of the 5 nodes, the cyber intelligence sources, the SIM, the SOAR. We have on the top different systems to analyze the information based in artificial intelligence with different algorithms. And you can see that reports, alerts are centralized in the dashboard. We have a centralized orchestration capability, and the cyber defense teams, the classic red team, blue team, and purple team. And to finish about the center, only 2 things more. The first one is that in this center, it's not only possible to test the nodes and the networks 5G, but also it's possible to test the different devices connected to the 5G networks, like smartphones, tablets, etc. Another thing is that normally you can do the test to prove the nodes in our place in the Retamares base, where is the center, with the possibility to remote access for up to 180 technical analysts. And the other option is to make the test in the deployable
deployable 5 nodes CG. And to conclude my speech, a short visit about the future. This is the other project. This project is the joint multi-domain 5G test sites. Basically, it's a 5G network infrastructure. The project to perform military use cases test in a controlled environment. It's based on different private 5G networks in different places, and all of this interconnected by a high-speed network. This network will be connected with the Center of Cybersecurity in order to ensure that cyber defense of networks and devices connected. The state now is in the phase of feasibility study, and about the future, I would like to connect these test sites through our 5 center with the other similar test sites in the European Union and in the NATO. And that's it for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doctor.
Thank you so much, General. We can say that we are up to have the seed of that perhaps multi-domain 5G test range. And well, thank you so much for this presentation because as I have said before, thanks to our MOD, to the Spanish MOD, we can say very proudly that we are a reference in the NATO framework regarding 5G communications and the evolution of dual-use technologies, which are very important nowadays, as we can see in areas like, for instance, Ukraine. Thank you, General, for your presentation. Well, just for ending up with the third panelist, Mr. Antonio Calderón, I have to say that there has been many different 5G initiatives all around NATO. Perhaps NATO ACT-led DIVAX exercise has been a great success, an example of it. And there we've got Mr. Waterlow, which was the person which led that exercise. Thank you so much, Warren, for your excellent job. NCIA, as NATO Technology and Cyber Hub, has been working in the multinational 5G project, which recently has been joined by some NATO countries, like Spain. And Mr. Antonio Calderón will present us this NCIA initiative and how it can support NATO countries to leverage 5G common efforts. Please, Antonio.
Thank you so much. I'll move this chair because I tend to be mobile and to honor this Congress. So first of all, thank you so much. Even though I'm from NATO, I feel somehow at home in this country, which is great. I'm really happy to see familiar faces from NATO and industry, but equally important, I'm very happy to see new faces, because that's what we need, to combine the known with the unknowns. So, early disclaimer, I might not be talking that much on 5G technology per se, but how we, NATO, and we as an agency within NATO, can make the platforms, processes, and engagements ready so we can leverage that wonderful technology for ultimately supporting NATO mission. So I'll pass to the next slide, which I don't expect you to read yet. I'll spend just 30 seconds. What are we? NATO Communications and Information Agency. We are delivering capabilities and services, digital, to NATO to support our missions, exercises, and operations. Because as you can see throughout the years here, technology has changed, evolved dramatically. People, we change as well. But what has not changed for the last 75 plus years is our NATO mission. It remains the same, to protect you, your friends and family, to remain safe in all the NATO countries. Now, it's becoming more and more complex to integrate all the technologies needed to achieve that mission. Because the level of ambition by our strategic commands, and I have here the luxury of having some of their representatives like Warren, the level of ambition of NATO is increasing. As you can see from the geopolitical situation, increased budgets of defense are helping us to fulfill that level of ambition, but it's also demanding that multi-domain integration between the three traditional domains, cyber and space. So, how we can do that? Very simple, with your help. We need the help of industry, academia, governments, and NATO. And these venues are great to bring that together. Now, what are we doing in NATO to making business with us easier is creating what you are telling us throughout the last years, which is how I can bring my technology, my people, my new processes to NATO. That's great saxophonist playing. It's, as you can see, how we can integrate now that lovely music with my message. Thank you for the additional challenge. Barcelona. I really appreciate that. Now, one thing that you have asked us, where do I bring my artifact, whether it's software, whether it's a new platform, an antenna, to NATO? We, the agency, we have created over the last years many capabilities, from radar system, data centers, maritime communications. We cover a very wide spectrum of technologies. But to a degree, they have not been integrated. And that's what we are trying to do with this new concept, which I presented only a few months ago in Tampa, in Florida, which is part of our agency technology strategy. Thank you. NATO Digital Foundry. What is that aiming to do? Is bringing all those platforms together. So when you, a nation or industry, bring that new, very innovative artifact, we can give you the rest of NATO to interoperate. Is it interoperable? Is it secure? Is it going to achieve the accreditation that is so needed for our sensitive data? How is data created? How is data exploited? How is data secure? So let's do that together. And this is the whole concept of the NATO Data Foundry. It's not going to be a place. It's going to be a shared environment across all our NATO sites, which cover more than our NATO countries. We, as an agency, together with our NATO colleagues from the different NATO bodies, will bring you together to precisely show us how 5G can meet challenges that other technologies have failed. Because, again, latency, bandwidth, integration, because as we know, 5G is more than 5G. Now, this is a reality. So if you do have those artifacts that you are so proud of, we are also giving you the processes. How, through what we call program of work, which is relatively short time, demonstrators, pilots, pivots, we can share together what you are able to do and what we would like you to solve, some of unsolved problems or new problems, or the same problem, but making it more efficient, more secure, with less people. We are also embracing more outsourcing. So we are bringing industry with the right level of security embedded in it into our networks, our services. So that's the NATO Digital Foundry. Where we are, and 5G, it's going to be one of the first use cases to benefit from that cohesive set of platforms for precisely achieving that multi-domain operations integration. Now, moving into 5G, it's also to be on time, which is one of my challenges, because I love this subject of technology, is that technology is not the main time I use in my daily life. Technology, as the different boards I'm part of in NATO, Antonio, that's the easy part. We know technology works, but when different technologies need to be integrated, then you need to talk to people who are the different stakeholders, the funding, the timelines, the cybersecurity. So most of my time, and maybe there are also other CTOs here, is invested in changing people's behaviors and processes. So then the technology can bring the business value that we envisage. So to give you one precise example of how we are bringing that together into the 5G world and technology, is what we have created, and this is public knowledge, is what we call multinational collaboration on this particular 5G. This has been signed already by 3 NATO countries, which is also public in our website, Spain, Turkey, and Italy. But there are more interested in joining us, precisely because, like in UK we say, the more the merrier. The more NATO nations and industry behind us and academia, not for profit, are part of it, the more of those benefits can be realized. And it's not that everybody needs to be part of this, it's also how we can leverage other national and multinational events like DVAX, which is a great exceptional moment to innovate, also CWIX, also coming soon, supported by ICT. But how do we make that a permanent, both community, but also a technological platform? That we together, we can also influence, for example, in spectrum, is becoming a very, very limited resource. It's not there forever. But maybe we are not putting together our influential skills and power to go into the military domains. Use cases that we never tested. They could be part of this. Always not only thinking about the experimentation, demonstration, we also are a capability acquisition agency of multi-million euros and dollars. So whatever we do needs to have a second step, which is how it's going to become a capability for NATO and NATO nations that we can leverage and ultimately operate it so we can learn from it, optimize it, and then feedback in the next experimentation for the next generations. So with that, I'm trying to be on time. I pause here. I'll give the floor back to you, Jesus.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Antonio, for your excellent performance. Even much more difficult with the extra music. But you already know, this is Mobile World Congress. Anything can happen. So thank you so much for the introduction to the multinational 5G and for the presentation. I think you have felt a little bit more like a rock superstar, but you have introduced us very well about multinational 5G project, which is coming in the near future, and what countries in the NATO can leverage in order to enhance its capacities thanks to the use of 5G technologies. We've got 8 minutes, not much time, but I have prepared one question for all of you. If you can answer in a couple of minutes, I would appreciate it because we are running out of time. First of them, for you, Antonio, as we have seen, there are a number of initiatives and test ranges being developed across NATO. Being in a central position in NATO, how do you think nations and industry collectively can better leverage these efforts?
Yeah, to me, it's back to working together rather than doing things in isolation. It's about sharing what you do. I'm planning to do that particular exercise with that architecture as open as possible. Also NATO, we shouldn't maybe create new standards. Maybe for commercial dual use, we can absorb and adopt existing commercial standards. Now we are moving to the cloud. Why create a new cloud architecture? If we are going to move public cloud, why not reuse it? So the same should be. Data sharing, another challenge, but opportunity. Data comes from Latin dare, which means to give. But we sometimes are a bit skeptical in sharing data, only with the people or nations and allies that you trust. So how we can continue having that trust to create those data catalogs, anonymized, so then they can be used by other initiatives for their own purpose. So data catalogs, data-centric security, and the most impactful is working together without silos.
Very well summarized. Thank you so much, Antonio. The second one is for General Federico Juste. One finished the 5G center, which has been awarded to Telefónica, and we are building with or for the Cyberspace Joint Command. And from the armed forces point of view, which will be the most relevant military 5G use cases?
Okay, there are many, but I would highlight the first one is clear, the use of 5G as a communication layer in a no-contest electronic warfare areas, complementary to the tactical radio networks, but no replace them. Another use is clear, the use for the control remote vehicles and to sensors communication links, thanks to the low latency and the high throughput of this 5G. Well, the 5G is one of the multi-domain enabler, and for the last, the interoperability facilitator. That is all.
Okay. Thank you, General. And last but not least, Dr. Woodward, which do you think is going to be the role of Open RAN? What are the challenges, you expect for diebacks, and what is next?
Okay, so let's see if I can take those one at a time. So the first one, your question was about Open RAN. What does Open RAN have to do with what we're doing? And a lot of the features that I talked about were core features. And so in a sense, they would not care what the RAN was, that you'd still get these features. But where it does matter is in the area of RAN sharing, particularly. So what kind of, what mechanisms for sharing the RAN will you incorporate, and how will they be incorporated? So I think when we started doing this work, we kind of thought that, I don't know what your problem is with RAN sharing, but I know the answer is MOCN. And that's a little extreme. There's actually a lot of different ways of sharing the RAN, and whether you've implemented these things in an Open RAN construct or not can have an effect. And I think your second question was really what were some of the challenges that we had in executing the diebacks experimentation. Well, you heard me talk about all of these features that 5G brings, right? Secure roaming. It has a service-based architecture that allows distribution. It has the N3IWF function, all of these interesting features. Well, you need those features to actually be implemented in the cores and networks that you're tying into. And it turns out that some of those features are not getting as much commercial uptake. And so you find that N3IWF is not consistently implemented across any core that you might want to take. And this implementation of secure roaming capabilities is not always the same thing. So certainly I'd like to encourage the people here to incorporate those features because you can see the value that they bring. And then the last was what's next, right? And of course, we did a lot of interesting things in the diebacks experimentation, which I should have mentioned, by the way, took place in October of last year in Latvia. There's more that we're thinking about, right? So interesting things to think about would be incorporating some of the security attributes that were alluded to in other parts of the panel session. Can we explore some of those things? I think we did not look at segmentation of services either. The central server that was hosted off of the NATO core was a unitary element. You could imagine federating those services across different locations. That would all be interesting. And I think additional domains that could be brought into play could also be quite interesting. We looked at both air, sea, and ground domains across multiple locations. We did RAN sharing with terrestrial, but we did not do work in the NTN domain, for example, and that could be quite powerful, I think, in a demonstration of this type. So hopefully that gives a little bit of a flavor of kind of some of the answers to your questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Woodward. We are witnessing where we are going. to the cooperative engagement capability that is going to require swarms of robots deployed on the battlefield, controlled from the tactical edge, or even from the cloud with artificial intelligence or remote operators. That is going to require lots of connectivity, and that is why 5G is so important. So thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you so much to our three panelists. Please, a big applause to them. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yes.
you. General.
Hello. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming to this session about Open Gateway and Telefónica in this very, very busy first day of Mobile World Congress. So today, I'm going to talk about two main topics. First of all, the Open Gateway ecosystem. How is it developing? And secondly, customers. What customers are we having at Telefónica? What APIs are they using? What use cases are they bringing to life? So those are the two main topics that I'll be discussing today. First of all, let's remember why we're doing Open Gateway. Telcos have an amazing set of capabilities in our networks. We have the quality of the network. We have data about our customers. We know the location of customers. We know identity. All that information, all those capabilities have been hidden in our networks for many, many years. But now we're opening them with APIs. And that enables developers to use all these capabilities to enhance their applications and to build better applications for the digital world. So that's what Open Gateway is all about, making this very easy for developers. And for that, of course, we want to get new revenue streams and make the promise of 5G a reality for the telco world. Now, developers need that the APIs are very simple to use. And for that, it's very important that all the telcos in the world provide the same kind of APIs. So that's why it's necessary to have an ecosystem of telcos and other players working together to make sure that when you write an application in any country of the world, it's going to work in all the others, like roaming. This is the roaming of APIs. So let's see how this ecosystem is doing. Let me start by talking about what Telefónica has been doing in the last couple of years. First of all, in November of 2023, in Brazil, we launched one of the first commercially available APIs in the market, together with TIM and Claro, the other manufacturers, the other telco operators there. At the time, there were 21 operators signing the MOU for Open Gateway in 15 markets, and we were covering about 45% of all the mobile connections. Then, just prior to Mobile World Congress last year, we launched in Spain together with Orange and Vodafone. And the number of telcos had grown to 65 in 25 markets. In Mobile World Congress last year, we announced with Deutsche Telekom and with Vodafone the launch of APIs in Germany as well. And this year, we are announcing also the launch of APIs in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom market is very important because it's a very digital market, but it's complex from a telco point of view. There are mergers and acquisitions. There are a lot of players. You see here all the different logos. But they have managed to get an agreement and start launching APIs following the Camara standard and the Open Gateway way of doing. Right now, we have already 72 operators in 28 markets, representing 284 mobile networks, and almost 80% of all the people connected in the world are customers of these telcos. So it's amazing how Open Gateway has grown in this couple of years. If you were listening this morning to the keynote speeches and the main hall, every single participant talked about Open Gateway, from Australia to India to China to Europe. Everyone was talking or mentioning Open Gateway as one of the key developments of our industry. So it's great. It's great to see that happening and working on that. Now, we're saying that developers need to write an application and make sure that it works everywhere. So that means that every single telco in the world has to supply the APIs. And that's not an easy proposition, because each telco has a different technology, and it's not easy to get it harmonized. You can have standards, but you probably need more. And that's why we created Aduna last year. We announced it in September, and to talk about what is Aduna, we have here Peter Arbiter, my very good friend, that is going to join us now on stage. So thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
well, I'll just have this one. Okay, so tell us what is Aduna and why did we create it? By the way, Peter is one of the founders of Aduna. He was there from the very beginning designing the company, and now he's working as a chief commercial officer there.
So it's actually my third working day, starting on Saturday, so thanks to have me. And it's really great pleasure to see that now coming to life. So we started, as you said, almost 2 years ago, where it was pretty clear if we continue this journey as individual telcos, it'll be a hard time. So we need to change the setup to a certain extent. And this is where we said, let's create a joint venture where the big brands of the telco industry come together and try to solve the problem of the telco industry together. So this is not about competing, this is about a catalyst which helps us driving that market forward. So this is why we founded Aduna. We have chosen one technology partner. In that case, it's Ericsson. Because we also learned from the past, where when it's just the telcos, they probably start fighting with each other. But if you have like a technology partner also owning a big share, then you probably have just this one and a few telcos in alignment and getting something then done. So this is how it all started. And the main purpose for Aduna is we would like to increase speed. So we have seen some impressive numbers from David, but let's face it, we need to have really 70–80% of the globe covered in terms of really relevant countries. It's about speed, it's about ease of use, because if a developer has to deal with each of us individually, this won't work. So Aduna will hide that complexity by offering one price, one SLA, and then it's actually also about cost efficiency. Because if there are things each telco needs to do individually, we're going to do that 100 times individually. So why not having someone doing that on behalf of all of us and just save costs? So this is what Aduna is all about. And also one really important topic, Aduna has not been set up to generate huge profits. It will just earn that much money to cover their own platform costs. So no payout of dividends. It's really just a catalyst to get that topic even further started.
So this is great because Aduna is like what Amadeus was for the travel agencies or Visa for the banks. It's like a catalyzer of the ecosystem that is going to make things go a lot faster. So thank you very much, Peter, for being part of that and for coming today here.
All right.
Bye-bye. So now with Aduna, we solve the issue of supply, because for a telco, supplying APIs is just connecting to Aduna, and Aduna will connect to any other provider. Now, developers want to use the APIs in the actual development environments that they work with every single day. So take, for instance, Google Firebase. Google Firebase, how many of you know what's Google Firebase? Great, I see many developers here, so that's great. So Google Firebase is a toolkit, it's a platform that Google has for developers. It has all kinds of services, and one of them is for authentication. And many developers in the world use Google Firebase. To begin with, YouTube developers, Gmail developers, all the first-party Google services. But also Google Firebase has 3.5 million developers that are going to benefit from this agreement that we're reaching with them to offer the Open Gateway Get Phone Number API directly from Firebase. So if you're an Android developer, you go to the place where you go every day to get your APIs, and there you'll find Get Phone Number. And Get Phone Number is very simple. It's a way of getting the phone number, but guaranteed by the telco that this is the phone number of the phone where the application is being executed. So you can see here a small demo. When I click the video, you will see first that the user can log in
you've seen this on the applications, right? You can log in with Google, log in with Apple. So now you will be able to log in with your phone number as well. So when the user clicks, the Android operating system is going to raise a window asking for permission. The user has to give permission to authorize us, the telco, to provide the phone number. And this is a permission controlled and guaranteed by Android. So it's, solid permission. And after that, the phone number is retrieved and the user is logged in. It's as simple as that. No codes to enter, nothing, okay? So here, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, there it goes. So this is the operating system asking for permission. The phone number, you have it already up there. You select agree for the terms and conditions, you're done. You're logged in. This is so quickly, it's hard to tell. So again, you click the phone number, you get some explanation, operating system asking for permission, you get the phone number above, you put some more names, accept terms and conditions, and you are logged in. So it's that simple. And that's what Google announced last Wednesday. Now, in order to see why it's so important to have the phone number available when logging in, we're going to talk about the case of Cabify. For those of you that don't know Cabify, Cabify is one of the biggest ride-sharing applications in the world. They have more than 50 million customers, and they are present in about 40 cities in Spain, Latin America, and elsewhere, very famous here in Spain. And to talk about how number verification is useful for Cabify, we're inviting Abel Muiño to the stage. Please, Abel.
Hello, David. Thank you for having me here. Okay, so, sorry, that's me. We want to showcase an example where we integrate the number verification API to continue the innovation that we drive into the ride-hailing business. And what we are going to see is an improvement of maybe the most critical part of the flowing application, that is actually getting your users to try the application. And it all starts with the sign-up flow. And the sign-up flow, it's a very brittle point. If it's complex, we see how our users abandon the flow. They don't get to use the application. They don't get to experience the value of the application that we're providing. And this is another video quite similar to the one that you just saw. We will split that experience into screens. We will have the actual experience on the right, the new experience on the left. And we will see the song counters over there. And it all starts when the user types the phone number, and we validate that. So if you see on the left, we are introducing the number. And from there, it's all seamless. It's already validated, and we go with all the steps on the funnel. While here, we are jumping through WhatsApp or SMS, going back and forth and enduring the delays that might happen in the network or just the bad experience. So this is the part when we lose users and there's a sign-up drop-off. While with a new experience, it will just be seamless. Because there were some engineers over here previously, just to let you know how this works on the background. We just had to, we use on the mobile application, we use the SDK to make a request. The request hits Telefónica. Telefónica validates that is the right phone number. The same that the user entered is the one making the request. And once that's validated, we move forward. And we avoid all the manual steps. And the manual steps, they give not just a more streamlined experience for the end user. It's also good for the business, because we have like an 8% drop on that stage. When people have to interact with the WhatsApp, with the SMS, we have abandonment rates. By shortening the loop, we are removing 3 different steps that were done manually previously. They are no longer done by a human, they are done by the computer. We get quality of life, and we improve the business. We expect like 80%. that's the thing that I want to show. So thank you for having me.
So thank you very much. I think you can see here how Open Gateway APIs can solve mission-critical issues like onboarding. So now let's talk about TikTok, since you already showed the slide. So yesterday we discussed about, come please, David. So last year we discussed about our announcement with TikTok, and David was here with us as well. So how things have evolved since then? Tell us how everything's going.
Well, firstly, thank you. 12 months ago, we were here to share with you that we were launching number verification across Brazil. I was hesitant, I won't lie. I'm not entirely sure why we would do it. We already had an SMS solution. It was working. It was hitting the industry standards of what you'd expect the connection to look like. But we did it, and since our launch, we've seen some phenomenal results, not dissimilar to what we've just seen. Our experience is that the customer has the app, and very quickly, they're on our platform using our services. We see significant improvements across all metrics. And though there were some challenges, technically implementing it, justifying it to ourselves and our business, it absolutely made sense. The push now is to scale it to all our products across more markets and quickly. I am such a believer of what Kamara has to offer now that there is a roadmap. There is a roadmap of APIs that are available for us to partner on. And through our constant conversations, we've either thought about prioritization, with real demand, or co-creation of new APIs. And through the discussions we've had, we're very pleased to talk about age verification. So a variation of knowing your customer. If you simplify it, there is a huge amount of information that is collated when a customer onboards with carriers. We just want to know, are they of age? Are they not of age? Should they be on our platform? And should they not? And through a very simple API, we're able to then further enhance and set some real industry standards. But thank you for your collaboration, and this has been phenomenally important for us and valuable to us.
Let's talk a little bit about age verification.
Sure.
I guess you will have many algorithms in TikTok to recognize the age of the user. I mean, you're the masters of the algorithm. So the telco API is like another data point in that algorithm,
Sure.
Is that right?
So there are many steps that we take to look at a user's age. If they're underage, if they're of age, and all those various things. This is just an additional data point for us to be able to say it confirms our reasoning or it takes us through another step. All those data points are super helpful and really important in making sure that we do as much as we can to ensure that we get the right bit of information about our collective customers.
So thank you very much,
Thank
David.
you.
1 year more. Let's see what we can
See you
present next year.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So it's cool to see how Open Gateway APIs can also have a societal role, just protecting minors. I mean, the number of applications of APIs is just overwhelming. Every day we learn about a new use case. Every day there is a new developer somewhere thinking about, okay, how can I use these APIs? And well, we have plenty of APIs, right? It's not only number verification. This is a list of the global portfolio of GSMA Open Gateway. If we start from the right, we have APIs for authentication and fraud prevention. There you have our good number verification, and then we have SIM swap, know your customer, etc. But we have many other categories. Some of them are implemented in many telcos, some of them are starting to be implemented. We have location services for knowing where the customer is or geofencing. We have payments and charging for carrier billing or the blockchain public address API as well. APIs for providing information about the device, communication services, the good old SMS API as well, and a whole family of APIs about quality of service, how to control the quality of the connectivity from your application. Very powerful. We'll see some examples later on. And finally, simple edge discovery and other computing APIs. This is a huge portfolio. Imagine with number verification, we have just shown 2 or 3 cases of customers that found a way of using it and really want to use it. With all these APIs, you can imagine how many use cases will show up in the next few years and months, for that matter. So let me talk more about more customers. We have BBVA, it's the second biggest bank in Spain, using SIM swap for a very simple fraud prevention scenario. When the user is using their phone to access their bank account, they want to know if the phone has changed the SIM recently. If they have changed the SIM recently, it's an indication of fraud, so they need to take more precautions with that customer. And then we have Itaú, the biggest bank in Brazil and Latin America. And here we have Albert Lang with us to talk about what Itaú is doing. What is Itaú? And what are your plans for network APIs?
Thank you very much, David, for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here for the second year in a row, sharing and learning a lot about the Open Gateway, other initiatives. Talk about a little bit about me. I'm the leader of the telecommunications team in Itaú Bank. My team is responsible for some new technology, new service, new initiatives like Open Gateway. And we believe the Open Gateway is the most important initiative in telco market recently, because Open Gateway can touch the end user, our customer, and can change the way that we deploy new applications, new journeys inside the bank. So because that we put a lot of effort in this initiative, we believe a lot this will change the game in the next years. For who doesn't know us, Itaú Bank is the largest bank in Latin America. We also a centenary company like Telefónica. We are a bank with customer centricity, focusing delivering amazing experience to our customers. We are full banking. We have in our portfolio a lot of different financial products, a very huge, strong portfolio in financial, and we have physical presence and digital presence. And the digital presence represents more than 19% of the interaction with our customers with the bank. And by our app, by our digital channels, the customers can reach almost all products that we offer in the bank. The customers can reach using our app or our digital channel. Talking about our experience using Open Gateway. Sorry. We started last year with SIM swap. We was the first bank in the world to apply the initiative, the Open Gateway initiative. And the SIM swap is connected to our anti-fraud engine. So each journal that needs a validation anti-fraud has been using the SIM swap. SIM swap finished last year with 2 million hits per month, but in December connected in all journeys anti-fraud, a full engine connected to the SIM swap. The number reached 5 million hits per month, and now we represent 40% of all traffic, Open Gateway traffic in Brazil with SIM swap. Nowadays, we component other APIs to the anti-fraud system, like device location, Know Your Customer. And Know Your Customer is helping us not just to increase our security rating, but Know Your Customer is helping us in our active contact center, validating the numbers, validating the client. We are growing our efficiency in our operator. In the calls, in the touch with the client, reducing in almost 30% the efficiency in the contact center. It's a very impressive number.
30%.
30%. We started to using number verification like TikTok in Brazil. The service is growing this year a lot because we believe to deliver a better experience to our customers, we need to reduce the friction, reduce the journal. So combining number verification, Know Your Customer, we can reduce the broken journals, the client that abandoning a journal during our onboarding. So very important to us. And the last API in Itaú is the QOG. We're using QOG during big events, a lot with high density devices, using during soccer games, concerts, or carnival that happened this week in Brazil. So that's it that we are using. The initiative in Itaú Bank it's growing. The all business areas is looking for us to understand better how can deliver amazing journey using APIs gated to us. And I would like to thank you, Telefónica and Vivo, by all the support that you're giving to us during this journey, understanding and thinking outside of the box with how can we use the Open Gateway.
No, thank you. You're one of our lead customers. And you're also a pioneer in Open Gateway utilization of APIs. So see you next year as well. Okay, so in Brazil, we also work with the competitors of Itaú, who is Santander. And they have a company which is called GetNet. If you look at your taxi tickets, probably they say GetNet there because they are one of the main point-of-service providers in the world. And what they do, they use the SIM swap API to verify that when a new customer is trying to open an account to use a point-of-service terminal, to verify that the customer is using a phone that hasn't changed SIMs recently. Again, it's a way of preventing fraud, but this is a completely new use case. It's onboarding of point-of-sales customers. Who would have thought of that use case? Then we have a couple of debt renegotiation companies in Brazil, Millennium and Crediativos. What they do is they call customers that haven't paid their bill. So as you can imagine, this is a very sensitive call, and you don't want to call any customer that has paid the bill. So what they do is they use the Know Your Customer API. Know Your Customer is an API that you call, you give the data that you have about your customer, and Vivo returns a yes or no if the data matches with the records of the telco. So both Crediativos and Millennium, they call this API before calling the customer. If there is a match, then they call the customer and have certain type of conversation, debt renegotiation. If there is no match, they call the customer anyway, but using a different language, softer language if you will, because you don't really know if it is the actual customer. Another use case that it was impossible to think about 2 years ago. And now let me switch gears and talk about quality on demand. Quality on demand is a completely new family of APIs, or different family if you will. We've been working on it for a while. And in Spain, it is based and implemented on a 5G SA network slice. So we have a slice of the network dedicated for Open Gateway quality on demand API calls. And we have found that this API is not so easy to use for developers, but it's much easier to use if we embed it within a product of Telefónica, a communications product, like for instance Movistar Intranet. Movistar Intranet is a private 5G product, pretty simple, that we have enhanced with a QOD API so that that private 5G communication can happen with enhanced quality in the network slice that we have reserved in Spain. So I have a video that explains all of this. Hopefully it has the audio on. Yeah.
In a world where connectivity drives productivity, companies need advanced solutions and high-capacity mobile networks. Movistar Intranet Premium is our 5G private network solution with network slicing. Ideal for companies that need reliable, fast, and secure connections in any situation. Thanks to the integration of Telefónica Open Gateway's mobile QOD API, it is possible to optimize the connectivity of your company's devices, especially in network saturation scenarios. It is the first service worldwide to use the mobile QOD API in such solutions. Explore new business opportunities. thanks to the use of advanced network capabilities with minimum investment.
So the first customer that is using Movistar Intranet Premium is Banco Sabadell. It's one of the big banks here in Spain. And they have this 5G intranet, private 5G, for connecting all their different branches, etc. And they use the quality on demand API for those processes that are run on their intranet that require a special quality, those critical processes that cannot fail due to any communications glitch. This is live in Spain, and it's actually pretty cool, I have to say. And then we have another use of the QoD API. This is for the VPN IP product. The VPN IP product is a classical VPN product that goes over 5G. So if you have several branches in your company, you want to connect them to the internet in a secure way. So you have a typical device there that connects to the fixed network. But in case there's something wrong with the fixed network, not that it happens very often, but in case that happens, you have a backup with 5G. So just by adding the QoD API to that product, we now have that 5G backup protected and utilizing the slice of QoD so that the traffic is going in a guaranteed way. Our first customer here is the Galician Health System. It's a regional government of Galicia, which is a region in the northwest of Spain. They have many healthcare facilities spread all across the territory. They want reliable connectivity all the time, and they want their 5G to have quality on-demand service. So this is again live in Spain and running. So as you can see, this was my last example. We have examples of customers from big OTTs that have been showing here how they use number verification. We also have examples of customers, the banks, using all kinds of identity, know your customer, all those APIs to reduce fraud. And then we have the quality on demand, also live in Spain, in production and with real customers from the government, but also from the banks. So with all of this, I just have a couple more announcements to make. Just remember two things. One, we have a growing ecosystem. Every single country in the world, every telco is developing their own Open Gateway APIs. Some are a bit ahead, some are a bit behind, but we're all going together. And in a few months or years, we will have a complete ecosystem. And also thank you to Aduna. And secondly, we have, as I said, customers from all walks of life. If you want to know more about Open Gateway, there is a DevCon going on tomorrow in Fira Montjuic. And there you can see and hear to a lot more talks about Open Gateway from many other telcos. And there are also developer demonstrations. We will be there with Cabify, showing the source code of Cabify, just a small piece of it, where you can see where they call the API and how simple it is. And here you have the QR code in case you want to know more about it. And finally, if you want to engage with Telefónica, we have a partner program. There is a lot of documentation here. You can also sign up to our sandbox where you can try your APIs. We have two versions. One is a mock-up of the API that is just for quick tests, but we also have the production ready in all the countries that I mentioned before: Spain, Brazil, Germany, the UK coming soon, where you can use the APIs in production and really take a feel for what is this API is returning, and just think about in your application how can you use the APIs. And with that, I leave you with this very cool animation, and thank you for coming. We have some time for questions. If anybody has a question, please feel free to ask it now. Yes, question there. She's coming.
Hello. Hi. In that last use case you were talking about providing connectivity for healthcare systems, was there any real need for 5G on that? Or any reason why you would provide a 5G service as opposed to a 4G service?
Well, you want 5G for the extra bandwidth. Of course, you're interchanging healthcare data, so it's usually heavy. But also you want 5G SA for the slicing capability. With 5G standalone, you have very good slicing support, and it's just easier to do than with 4G. With 4G, you need to use older technologies. Any other question? No? Okay, thank you then. And thank you to all the partners, of course.
4 de la tarde, 3 de marzo de 2025. Todos lo estabais esperando, ¿verdad? Es el DEMOTOUR de Telefónica.
Okay, welcome to the demo tour of Telefónica. I've been 19 years doing demo tour in the World Mobile Congress.
No fueron todas así. ¿Verdad, Juan Carlos? ¿Verdad que no? Vale.
And not all editions have been like this. We didn't have this stage and many other things. So we are evolving the same way as our demonstrations evolve. The clicker, please. The idea in this half an hour is to share with all of you the proposal of different demos that Telefónica has brought to this edition of the Mobile World Congress. Okay, let's start.
Vamos a por cómo distribuimos las demos que tenemos aquí. Unas cosas son lo que veis las
And one of the things are the demos that you see here and many others.
todas las experiencias que tenemos aquí. ¿Entendido? Bien. Luego tengo un par de libros sin batería que os voy a pasar por si queréis.
And then you can ask questions as well.
Muy bien. Empezamos. En general, para que tengáis
And in general, so that you have the perspective, we have the 25 experiences. Some of them are permanent, some are punctual, some are here, some are in other stages. 25. Last year we had more or less the same. And 3 are here. And the main protagonists will be able to summarize the most important thing in these experiences. And to me, it is important to see that there are many other things apart from the demos that we have in the stand. And then, have a look at this. We have an online follow-up of the participation of Telefónica in this fair. And we do it through the digital twin that we have in Telefónica. And in our television we also have access, and I can say hello to my mother from El Ferrol region. And then you can follow up all the demos and the speeches. And then we have a stand in Hall 8 4 years from now. And we have 35 startups there presenting their own initiatives and their own demos and participating in different speeches. So we start with the demos. We have 3. Open Gateway, 5.3 tones before connecting with the group that is going to present this. I would like to mention a few things. This is a demo that I presented to the king during his visit. The questions will be interesting, I am sure. So it links different things. First of all, the open gateway capabilities that were presented during the morning, and 5G, edge computing, and remote control, and we will be able to offer a complete service. And Oscar and Violeta are going to tell us this demonstration, this demo. Well, hello, Guillermo. How are you? Well, in this edition, Telefónica, we propose an innovative proposal based in our initiative, in our approaches to offer a drone service to our customers that are going to transform the technological operational model of the drones. This proposal is based on 4 pillars that you already know. 5G, that will help us to expand the scope, and we will be able to control remotely the mission at all time, and also to see the video from the camera on the drone. Then the open gateway capabilities are very important to have these reliable routes during the connection that will minimize the risks during the mission. It is also important the edge computing in real time, and then the center of support with all the different missions of the fleet. Our proposal is based on a 5G standalone station to safeguard the drone between missions. So it would open up, the drone would get out and then do its mission, and then it would go back to this drone in a box to recharge the battery for the next mission, and in an automatic way. And we don't have a direct intervention. So our proposal is to deploy a network, but not only this, we also want to manage everything related to the permits that are needed and to fulfill all the regulations. So, Violeta, can you give us more information? Well, as Oscar said, we are going to share some capabilities through Open Gateway, a very simple way to show you what it is, the programmed networks, or the real-time interaction are the APIs in this mobile. Then the population of city data, the density of the population during the route of the drone to minimize the risks. And also we talk about height. They have the connectivity API, the height provided, the altitude provided, so that the route is the optimum route and the safest route. This drone will fly to continue its mission without interrupting the connectivity. Thanks to this infrastructure, we have 3 case studies that we present here in the mobile. But these are just a few of the possibilities that drones can offer. If you feel curious, come to see us, and we will show you the future of drones in Telefónica. Thank you, Violeta and Oscar. It is one of the 2 demonstrations that I showed in the morning when we talked about API that allows to know the population density. We really paid a lot of attention, and for a fundamental thing, because of the interest with the citizen. So the possibility that we can, in an anonymized way, forecast the density of population. If there is a problem, we might be able to minimize risks. And then another comment, and maybe in 1 year time I will have to be under surgery and my heart get transplanted. And we asked His Majesty the fact, because the Majesty was around, so if I have these drones in a hospital or in a network of hospitals, and instead of my heart going through the road, that it can be sent by a drone in 3 minutes time, it can save my life. And maybe it is easier to get permits. And this is what you just said, this nodding. Yeah. That's what His Majesty said as well. So the next demo, and we call it quantum safe networks. And we obviously know many things that are brought to the mobile phone, and we can say that there is not a demonstrator of these characteristics in other stages in mobile. We are using post-quantum computation in communications and in other cases with customers in 3 different aspects. We are going to contact with Xiao. Hello, Guillermo, welcome. So we've heard these different technologies, and it is incredible. Every week we are going to listen to new things. Experts say that in 10 years' time we will be able to solve a lot of problems. But there is a small problem that might break all this security. It's not the end of the world, though. And why? Because the experts in security, well, we've been for the past 10 years defining different ways to cipher information and to be ready for the quantum computers of the future. And we have different projects on how to help our customers to implement these new algorithms. So I will give you a load of details of this. I will have to reduce half a year in my heart attack because this was shocking. Anyway, well, he introduced, if you know about quantics, we can talk about books and so on and so forth. But we are not going to focus on this. The strategy nowadays is that I'm going to steal the information, I'm going to store it. In a few years' time, I will decipher it. And this is the strategy that we know that it's being done. So out of the information that we have in the network, which one would be sensitive, that would be unciphered, that we need to be to take care of it, to be concerned about it. If I use the iris information about this guy and I decipher it in 4 years' time, then it might be useful. A bank said that 70% of our customers don't change the password in 10 years' time. And never. 70% of the customers, so if I steal to you with the same password, they will be able to get into your account and they can erase all the information. So we are very exposed. So we call them the 3 little shares, or the 3 little pillars. First of all, would be the handling of a submarine that is located in Las Palmas, in the Canary Island. It's not the Red October, it is a small submarine. And with the camera, with sonar 3D, that was used during the Dana catastrophe, the Dana disaster, we could see where a person could be located under the mud, And then we have 5G here. 5G in the Canary Islands are quantum safety because they use symmetric algorithms that cannot be deciphered. And this is what we have in internet, and it uses asymmetric algorithms, and these that could last millennia to decipher it. But a quantum computer can do it in 5 minutes. So why do we say that they cannot be hacked by a computer? Because there are some things that the computer does correctly, but not as correctly for others. So this computer can detect hidden things in a very new way, in a very innovative way. It's like the mouse in a maze with a lot of doors. If you want to find the way out, the digital computers would go to the left, then to the right, then to the left, then to the right, then to the left, to the right, and then they would get out of the maze. But until they go to the correct option, you go to the left, you go to the right. I didn't find the exit, so I start all over again. Left, and then I go back to the left and all over again. So I have to go through all the different possibilities. I would need millennium to do that. A quantum computer explores all the options at the same time. This is why it can decipher so easily. And with these post-quantum algorithms, from the utilities that use gauges, meters, and they use an eSIM as a eSIM, because in 4-year time maybe you change the operator and I'm not going to change the SIM card. So through OTA, over the eye, I throw the operator code and I have to cipher it in a post-quantum way so that my identity is not supplanted, so that the operator will give the information to a third party. And also the information that goes from the meter in your house until the utility is ciphered in a post-quantum way. Because when your tap is on, I know that you are at home. And when your tap is off, maybe you are not at home. And if so, I know that I can break into your house and rob you if I know that you have not used the tap. And also, thinking about the submarine, and through the provider, and then with IoT, using the kite platform of Telefónica, and we are ciphering, for example, a helmet. Anything that comes to your mind that an operator is wearing in a nuclear station or in a mine, biometric information, critical information about the company. There is a gas leak, and I don't want others to know that. And maybe they will know it in 3 years' time because they know that I have a leak. So we cipher in a post-quantum way, not the 5G part, but the part that goes through internet with the algorithms that we had used. 3 cases with 3 real clients. I recommend you to go visit it. And now the third demonstration that we have in the stage. I think it is the best aggregator that we have in the demos, because we show, and we've done it in one single point of the operation that we do in Telefónica, And then we and then it's around 4 minutes. So this information, we already have it, this piece of information. So we can talk about how we do this operation. And Carmen, give us more information, please. Well, good afternoon, Guillermo, and welcome to our Digital Operations Center stand. We have brought a sample of what we do in the Global Digital Operations Center in Colombia and in Madrid. And all the cyber security and cloud services are in these offices. And we brought some demos in which the clients go through the cyber security experts suffering some attacks, and they try to solve it in a very nimble way. And we show the customer how our technical teams apply the technology without forgetting other tools, like, for example, artificial intelligence. And we use it to identify some of these attacks. Thank you, Carmen. So they have gamified it. So go visit it, start playing, and you will be able to be analysts of cloud for one day or for many more days. Leave your CV. And then there is something important. The layer in which we are introducing artificial intelligence in order to help the blue team and the red team when preventing attacks or doing these attacks. The artificial intelligence allows you to answer faster to these attacks, and it is being incorporated in these operation centers. So I recommend you to visit it. But as I said, there are many more things. And tomorrow there will be some demos. A total of 6 demos. Take a picture, yes. And everything related to the customers, and I said it in the morning. And this doesn't mean that it's far away from the customer. And to make the innovation with the customer, and you will have 6 in our stage, but they are going to be punctual. And in the stand, we are also using things that are helping us. And if we want to go to Guaira, to Pavilion 8, we can use an app, and it allows you to guide you using electromagnetic radiation. And it uses the tool of our supplier in a multi-channel way. And I am receiving a lot of texts, and these are helping us to reduce the waiting times of our customers in the help desk. And our supplier, as I was saying, with the computer vision, and with the data confidentiality, we are not recording anything, and we move We know where you're moving and the time you spend in your demo. So I get to know that the Digital Operations Center, in one of the demos, the average stay of people visiting it is of 6.55 minutes. And I think it's very interesting. And the next one is the following. At 3:45, the demo of digital operation of the ones that we've done, 3,000 demos. How do we know this? Because you've been in front of the demo for 6 minutes, you've listened to it, and it is a performance of the demo. So we use technology that does not harm the data protection confidentiality. And this is related to the people who arrive to Barcelona, to these premises, to the venue, and then the halls that they are visiting. And we use technology related to the movement of cellulars, and we know the regions where the different regions are located. It is aggregated and anonymous. It is a technology that helps us to share with GSMA and with the Fair of Barcelona. Last year there were a lot of Germans, more than other years, and this tells GSMA you need to use more posters in German language. So these type of proposals. So we are about to finish the Hall 8 with Waira, and the startups can participate with 4 different startups and the speeches of all sorts of things. Please take a picture. And then in GSMA or Amazon or Ericsson or Nokia, we have different initiatives in which we participate together with them. Like, for example, the electrical vehicle, and the great amount of business that we can offer. And then in the open gateway as well, we have the APIs here, and we have brought them to other stages. And through the site of Telefónica, we have the different notebooks of digitalization. It is a QR code that will allow you to see different cases in innovation, in open gateway, in progress, and in sustainability. And next year we are going to share new cases. And as I said, we have a digital environment, and my mother is seeing me through the Divin app of the Mobile World Congress that she has in her house in Ferrol. And before finishing, someone wants to know, what's this for? This is just to tell you that what we do now, nature used to do it in the past, and it offers quantum physics, and the human being has not done it. So thanks to nature.
Gracias a todos.
And thanks to you all. I love you, mommy.
Ya te ha quedado claro. Ya te ha quedado claro.